And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who recently joined us. Just to give you a little rundown of what's going on today. Today we have a visiting artist, Tate, and that is the man that was standing up at the front with me. And today he is working on specifically this sculpture that I have in my hand. So they're going to make this completely out of clear glass, like the entire body and the top of the head, out of just clear glass, solid clear, and later on, once the piece is cooled and ready, he's going to apply color by sandblasting the surface of the glass, which is going to give it a rough texture, and then using an oil paint. And if you guys would ever like to take a closer look, you're welcome to come down as well, and I can give you a little run through of that. But just to give you a little background on our artist himself, he is here for a 5-day residency, and he started over on Wednesday. And so he's going to come and just continue this residency all the way through Sunday. He's going to have a couple of special things going on. Sunday, he's actually going to have some local artists from Hilltop Artists. And if you don't know what that group is, this is just a local nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And a little bit more information on our artist. He has been working with glass for about 25 years. And if you would like to see more of his work, we have a few examples of his pieces down on this front table. He was working on these Wednesday. All right, welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who just joined us. I'm going to give you a little information on what's going on today and who we have here. So sometimes at the museum we will have some visiting artists, and so today we have a visiting artist with us, Tate, and that is the man standing closest to the front here with me. And today he's going to be working on this sculpture with our Hot Shop team at the museum. And I'm holding up an image of this sculpture for you all to see. So this is going to be completely made out of clear glass. Oh, actually, up on the screen we have an image of this sculpture as well, even better view. And so this is going to be completely made out of clear glass, and the artist is later on going to color this glass by sandblasting the surface, which is going to give it a rough texture. And then he's going to use paint that he'll be able to apply on top of that. And yesterday, they've already worked on the lower half of this body, so the legs and that sort of pedestal. And today they're going to be working on the upper body, which would be like the torso and the arms. And to give an idea of some of our visiting artists' other artwork, can I have that up on the screen, please? So as I give a little background on this artist, you can watch the slideshow of some of his other work up on the screen. He's been working with glass for 25 years, and as you can see, a lot of this artwork is sort of speaking on social and political topics. And like I was saying earlier, he has a couple of his pieces sort of on display on this table down in the front here. So if you'd like to take a closer look at what he was working on Wednesday, these are the pieces he was making then. And he actually currently has a piece featured in an exhibition here at the museum. And this exhibition is called Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, a journey with Robert Minkoff. So keep an eye out for our visiting artist artwork as you go through the galleries. So I forgot to give you guys a little rundown of the hot shop, so I'm going to hop right into that. That's going to describe all the temperatures of everything that we're working with, may answer some of your questions along the way. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. So we have this one over on the left that we've been gathering out of. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And from there, we have to make sure our glass is staying hot to continue to work with it. So this is where our open face furnaces are coming into play. You can see we have two of them on today, one over on the left bench and one at the center bench. These are just our reheating chambers running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we can adjust that temperature as need be. And we just have two of them running today so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. So there's not a huge difference in temperature between those two furnaces. And these torches that they're using at the center bench, this large fluffy flame one is running at around that same temperature as well, at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this small one that they're using is actually the hottest thing that we have in the hot shop, and supposedly it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So I just got a good question that I haven't heard in a little while, so I thought I'd share with everyone. I just got a question about the building. Why is it tilted? And just to give a little background on the building, this is based off of these old wood burners we used to have along the Theophos waterway. You could see an image example of one of those burners up on the screen. You could see the cone shape is very similar. And so this is paying tribute to those logging times and what this area used to be used for. And the reason that the cone is tilted on its side is just to give us more floor space. If we have the cone tilted straight up and down, we have that much floor space. But if we tilt one side out, you can see that gives us a lot more area on the bottom. So as you can see, they have attached a second pipe to the other side of this piece, and this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe to give them access to the part of the piece that's currently attached to the pipe. And to break this off, a little bit of water is applied, causing shocking and cracking in the glass, purposeful breakage, and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. So now from here, they can just start to heat up that other side and finish off that sculpting on the other side. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty, whether it's a hollow connection or a solid connection. So I just got a good question, and as our artist comes around showing off his piece, I would like to carry around a bag of something to show off. So this is Frit, F-R-I-T, and these are little shards of colored glass. And so for that red color specifically, he rolled the glass on top of all these little shards of colored glass, and that picked it up on top of that molten clear glass and created a layer of color on the surface of the glass after melting that down once more. And this color for this specific piece is actually really interesting. We have a black color underneath the surface of this glass, underneath the red even, and then we cracked the surface of the red glass by dunking it in water. And after blowing into that glass, after cracking the surface, this spread all of the red glass apart, creating these crackled look on the surface. And that's why it looks like there's black veins across these pieces. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop or recently joined us. Just to give you a little overview of what's going on today and who we have here. Today we have a visiting artist, Tate, and every now and then we do have a visiting artist, so this is a special day. He started his residency here on Wednesday, and he'll be here all the way through Sunday. So if you want to come back and check out more of his work, please come by. These pieces on the front table here he made on Wednesday, and they were finally cool enough to pull out of the annealer to display for everyone to see. And today he's working on a different project. And can I have that sculpture up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see an image of what our artists are working on today. Yesterday, they already worked on the lower half of the body, so they made those legs and the pedestal that the piece is sitting on. And then today, they're sculpting that upper body. And just a little bit of information on our artist. He's been working with glass for 25 years, and a lot of his work is sort of speaking on social and political topics. And he actually currently has a piece displayed in an exhibition here at the museum called Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, A Journey with Robert Minkoff. So as you go through the galleries, keep an eye out for our visiting artist artwork. And if anyone ever has any questions for me, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So just in case anyone is wondering, these paddles that they've been using to help sculpt and move this glass around, these are just made out of cork wood. So it's very soft on the glass. It's going to act as an insulator and just allow that glass to continue to stay hot. Now, since I've gotten quite a few questions about color, especially relating to our visiting artist pieces that are down on this front table, I thought it would be interesting to play a video about this color technique while they continue to sculpt this piece at the center bench. So could I have that color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And welcome to anyone who may have recently joined us to see just a few new faces in here. Just to give you a little overview of what's going on today and who we have here. Today we have a visiting artist, so it's a special day. This visiting artist is Tate. That is the man over on the right side of the hot shop. And today he and our hot shop team are going to be working on this sculpture. And I have an image of it up on the screen right now. And so they sculpted the lower half of this yesterday. They made the legs and that pedestal. And then today they're sculpting that upper half, which is just the torso and the arms. And as you can see, this is all just clear glass today that we're working with, solid clear glass. And so our artist later on, once this piece is cooled and he takes it home, he's going to be able to sand blast the surface of this glass, which is going to give it a rough texture. And then he's going to be able to rub this oil paint into the surface of this, and this is going to give it that color that he's looking for. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork, can I have that slideshow up on the screen as well, please? So up on the screen, you'll see some of our visiting artist's other artwork that he's created as well. And this man has been working with glass for the past 25 years. And as you can see, a lot of these pieces touch on social and political topics. And he has a couple of his pieces down on display on this front table here that he made on Wednesday. And he actually has a piece featured in an exhibit here at the museum as well. And this exhibit's called Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, A Journey with Robert Minkoff. So as you go through the galleries, keep an eye out for our visiting artist artwork.
Hey, Chris, could you put the figure up on the big screen for me? Okay, so yesterday they made the legs of that figure, and it's jeans, so it has a zipper and pockets and a little belt around it, and they made the little lens top. Those two pieces are in that piece of equipment over there called a garage. And that garage has heat in it to keep that about 1,000 degrees so the glass doesn't move, but it keeps its heat. Today, they're finishing that middle part right now. He's working on the collar of that shirt, if you see him. And then they'll put arms on the front that go across the front. They only have this part, the top part of the arms on there now. They'll put the bottom parts on that afterwards. And once all that's done, then the only interesting part when you're doing these figures is when they all put all three parts together. So that'll come up as soon as they finish this part. And then it'll be a full figure when they finish. One of the things you have to do is you can't just have heat in one spot on the glass. Because if you have heat in one spot, it'll do a thermal fracture. It's cold here and it's hot here. So they're keeping it as evenly heated as they can on all ends, and they're torching just the parts they're working on with tools so it's soft enough to work on. And then when this starts cooling, the back part, they put it in to even the temperature out again, then they bring it out and torch that spot. It's important to keep the temperature not with a huge degree of separation.
Welcome to anyone who recently joined us into the Hot Shop. If you didn't hear our visiting artists, we are currently working on a sculpture today, and this is the upper body of this sculpture. And the lower half of this body has already been created and is set aside in this garage, which is this big silver box. So later on when we're ready, we can just pull that out and attach it to the lower half of this torso. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. We have a couple of these pieces displayed on this front table here as well. These were made on Wednesday by our visiting artists and our Hot Shop team. So when it comes to sculpting, you can use pretty much any tool in any sort of way. It's basically just shaping the glass. If we had our hands available as tools, we would probably use those as well, but they would be burned by the glass. So instead, they're using all these various metal tools. And these ones specifically are tweezers, so you can pinch the glass. You can also poke it. You can twist it. You basically do anything you want with any tool to its limits. And I was about to play a video. We've had quite a few young people in the audience today, so I would like to play a Kids Design Glass video. And this is great. Kids 12 and under can create some glass art of their own basically by submitting a drawing. So can I have that video, please?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. That almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when I press it. Just break.
bacon, baby.
It's fine.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So now you can see they're bringing clear bits of glass over, and these are going to become the lower parts of the arm, the forearms basically. And like I was saying earlier, after they've finished sculpting the upper half of this body and the arms, they'll be able to start attaching those other pieces they've already created, such as the lower half of the body and that head that they created as well. And for anyone who recently joined us, I think I'll give a little overview of what's going on today and who we have here. And while I'm speaking about our visiting artist, I will have a slideshow of his previous artwork going up on the screen. So today we have a visiting artist. His name is Tate, and he's been working with glass for the past 25 years. And as you can see with a lot of his work, it talks on social and political topics. And he is here for a 5-day residency that started Wednesday, so he's going to be here all the way through Sunday. Sunday is going to be a little special day because we're going to have some local students from a special program called Hilltop Artists down on the hot shop floor helping out with this piece. And he actually has a piece of work exhibited in one of our exhibitions here at the museum. This exhibition is Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, a journey with Robert Minkoff. So keep an eye out for our visiting artist artwork as you go through the galleries. And for anyone who recently joined, our visiting artist actually has a couple of pieces that he made on Wednesday displayed on this front table. If you'd like to come down and take a closer look, you are welcome to. You can also describe how they got the colors and textures on this piece. And just a reminder, if I didn't say so already, feel free to raise your hand and let me know if you guys have any questions throughout this entire process, whether it's for the artist or just about the glass process in general. Welcome into the Hot Shop to everyone who just joined us. Just to give you a little overview of what's going on today. Today we have a visiting artist, Tate, and that is the man up in the front here with me. And up on the screen is actually an image of a series that he has worked on for a long time. And today we are making another one of these figures. So as you can see, we're sculpting the upper body at the moment. The lower half of the body, the legs, were created yesterday and are staying nice and warm inside of the garage, which is this big silver box here at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on when we're ready to attach those pieces together, all we have to do is pull that out and start to heat it up a little bit. And can I have the image of the specific sculpture that we'll be working on today? So up on the screen, you can now see an image of just a singular figure. So this is the one that we're going to be working on today. And as you can see, all the glass that we're working with right now is clear. And so the way that our artist is going to color this glass later on is once this piece is cool, he's going to sandblast the surface of this glass, which is basically just going to give the surface a little bit more of a rough or foggy look and texture. And then he's going to be able to use oil paints and just apply that color to the surface of the glass. And if I didn't mention already, he has a few of his pieces displayed on this front table here that he made on Wednesday. This is a part of a different series that he's been working on as well. So if you ever have any questions about that or want to take a closer look, you're welcome to. And can I actually have some of our visiting artists' other artwork up on the screen too? So up on the screen, we'll see a slideshow of some of our visiting artists' previous artwork. And I'll give a little bit of background on him as this continues. So he's been working with glass for the past 25 years. And as you can see with a lot of his works of art, these speak on social and political topics. And his residency started on Wednesday and is going to go all the way through Sunday. And he actually currently has a piece of artwork featured in an exhibit at the museum. This exhibit's called Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, A Journey with Robert Minkoff. So keep an eye out for our visiting artist artwork as you go through the galleries. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. This can be questions for the artist himself. It can be questions about the artwork or the process, anything really. So just to give everyone a little rundown of the hot shop so you can understand the temperatures of everything that we're working with. Everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. We've been gathering out of this left one over here. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into that molten glass and turn, and it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into our pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon, or we can use it for solid sculpting like we are at the center bench. And these open face furnaces that you see at the center and left bench, these are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We can adjust that temperature as need be. And we just have 2 of them running today to work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. And currently they are just working on some finer details of this sculpture, really focusing on the arms and the hands. So when we heat the glass, it becomes more soft, kind of like a taffy or putty texture. And so when the glass is cold, it's hard, just like regular glass. But since it's this taffy texture while they're working with it, all they have to do is use these metal tools. Obviously, we can't touch it with our hands because it's 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so these metal tools can be used to do many, many things: bending, pinching, cutting, anything you can basically imagine can be done with glass. So our artist is going to come around and show off a piece that was made on Wednesday for all those sitting in the front row. So as you can see, a second pipe has been brought over, and this has been attached to the back of the piece, quite literally like the back of the shoulders on this piece. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off of its original pipe and give them access to the bottom side of the torso that's currently attached to the pipe. And to break this piece off of its original pipe, a little bit of water is applied to that previous connection point, causing shocking and cracking. And then a simple tap to the pipe and that piece breaks cleanly off. So now from here they have access to the bottom of that torso, and they can start to prepare to attach those legs. Now, welcome to anyone who recently joined us. Just to give you a little overview of what's going on today and who we have in here. Today we actually have a visiting artist, Tate, and that is the man standing closest to me here. And today he and our Hot Shop team are working on sculpting a specific figure. And can I have that image of the figure up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see an image of what this figure is going to turn out like. And as you can see, the glass that we're working with right now is all clear. So he's later on going to color the glass. Once the glass is cool, he will sandblast the surface, and this is going to give them a rougher texture to that glass. And then he's going to use an oil paint to color the surface of that glass. And just so you guys know, we're just working on the upper body right now, but we actually have the lower portion of the body, the legs, already made and set aside inside of the garage, which is this big silver box here, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, when we're ready, we could just pull those legs back out, heat up those connection points, and attach those two pieces together to make that figure. And if anyone ever has any questions for me, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over. Could be a question about the artist or about the glass process. So after they are satisfied with the upper body, that torso and the arms, they have brought it over to the garage as well. And this is going to rest in there, staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is a really happy medium for the glass. If I didn't mention already, it's going to be hot enough to make sure it doesn't break from thermal shock or getting too cold, but it's also going to be low enough that it's not going to melt or change its shape at all while it's in there. And right now it looks like they may be heating up the legs as well. So when we attach those two pieces of glass together, we're going to superheat those two connection points almost to the, well, yes, to the point of the glass glowing at those two connection points, which is going to mean that they're molten when they're connecting to each other. So that connection point is extremely strong. We are literally fusing the glass together in the hot shop. It's one of the strongest bonds you can have in the glass. Although when we do join pieces together, sometimes there can be a little stress left over. And so the glass has a memory of, oh, this is the place that I joined. I want to break right here. So we do have to be careful in some scenarios. But this is a pretty strong bond. It's literally just melting the glass together. And it seems like I have quite a few new people in the hot shop. So while they're continuing to work on this piece, I'm going to give a little rundown of the hot shop, and this will describe all of the temperatures of everything we're working with, just to give you a better understanding. So everything we do in here starts in our furnace, and these are the large tanks with the closed doors. So we've been gathering out of this left one over here. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can either blow into it and expand it like a balloon, or we can use it for solid sculpting like we are today. And the open face furnace that you see at the center bench and left bench, these are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we can adjust that temperature as need be. And we just have 2 of them running today so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time. There's not a huge difference between those furnaces. And just a little fun fact, this small torch that they're using is actually the hottest item we have in our hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a huge difference from even the molten glass. So I like to point that out. This is very quickly spot heating these small bits of clear on the bottom of the feet, and this is going to allow them to take off that extra bit of clear. So as you can see, the upper half of these legs, basically the hip area, is attached to the pipe, and this is where we need to attach that upper body. And so they need to flip the orientation of those legs, and so they're going to do this by attaching a second pipe to the bottom, right at the bottom of those feet, and then break this piece or the legs off of its original pipe, and then we will have access to the top of the legs and be able to attach that torso. And so Sarah over on that left bench is preparing that attachment. This is called a two-prong punty because it's got two prongs on the end of that pipe that are going to be attached to the bottom of those feet. So now you can see that two-prong punty has been brought over, and this is attached to the bottom of those feet. And then they simply add a little bit of water to that previous connection and a simple tap to the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. The water is causing shocking and cracking in the glass, purposeful breakage. And then tapping the pipe is creating a vibration that travels to those cracks, and that is how they break that piece off. And now they do have access to the top of those legs, so they're going to start heating up that torso once again. So just then they were checking for sizing before they permanently attach those two pieces. They're making sure that everything is going to line up before they connect it. So you can see they're using that small handheld torch and superheating those two connection areas before going back into the furnace again and again with both of those pieces of glass. This is making sure that the heating is even across the piece, except for those two connection points, which they want it to be literally molten hot for them to connect together. So you can tell just by looking at the screen how it's glowing and the glass is sort of rounding itself out that it's really, really molten at that point. You could tell by the color and the way the glass moves. There's a few different indicators, but these guys have a lot of experience. They've been working with glass for over 20 years individually, and so they also just have a lot of intuition when it comes to working with this glass as well. And now that they have those two pieces connected, all they have to do is water off those connection points. And just like earlier, simple tap to the pipe. And that pipe is now broken off, and we have our body and torso assembled together. And then to gently adjust the legs, you could see that Ben is going in with a pair of cork wood paddles, and any wooden tools that we use are pretty insulating. Instead of using a colder tool that wood can't pick up on the cold or the heat. So can I have the series image, the image of all of the figures together from that same series? So up on the screen, you'll see an image of the rest of these figures. So this figure that they're making today is going to be a part of that same series. And the designer is our visiting artist today, Tate. And for anyone who recently joined, I should give you guys a little rundown of who we have here and what's going on. So today we have a visiting artist, just as I mentioned, Tate, and that is the man closest to the right side of the hot shop. And today he's working on a sculpture much like those images that you saw up on the screen. And he has been working with glass for the past 25 years. And as you can see, as you watch his slideshow, a lot of these pieces speak to social and political topics. And we actually currently have one of his pieces of artwork on display in an exhibit here at the museum. And this exhibit is called Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, a Journey with Robert Minkoff. And so as you go through the galleries, keep an eye out for one of our visiting artists' art pieces. And our visiting artist started his residency here on Wednesday, and he's going to go all the way through Sunday, a 5-day residency. And he made these pieces down on this front table here on Wednesday. And these are part of a different series that he has going on. And that series is honoring figures from LGBTQ plus history. It's called the Sacred Heart series. So instead of using colored glass for this sculpture, we are going to sandblast the surface and paint it with oil paint, just as I said a little bit earlier. And we can color the glass while we're sculpting like this or before we start sculpting, but it's a little bit easier to just work with clear glass. Because we're not blowing this piece out, we would have to either use solid glass or we would have to coat it with frit, which are little shards of colored glass, and then the color won't be solid. And it would just be a little bit more complicated to try and use colored glass, and so he is going to be painting the piece instead. So these pieces that he made on Wednesday, these were made using colored glass, and we used a couple of different color application techniques. We used something called color bar, which is this solid bar of colored glass that you can see down on this table. And that was used underneath the red layer. This is giving us all of those black cracks, seemingly. So we just have a layer of black, very solid underneath that red layer. Then we gathered 2 more layers of clear, and then we gathered this powdered or kind of shard glass, sort of the texture of sand, and this was a red color. And so that gave us 2 layers of color on top of each other. Then we cracked the red layer of color by dipping it in water, which broke the surface. And then when we blow the bubble underneath, that will spread all of that red glass and kind of show all the black cracking underneath, or the black color underneath. And then after that, finally, we gathered 1 more layer of clear just to cover up all of that color. And that's pretty much it for the body. I know, it's a complicated process. Now, welcome to anyone who recently joined us. Just to give you a quick overview of what we have going on today. Today we have a visiting artist with us, Tate, and that is the man closest to the right side of the hot shop, sitting on the bench. And today he and our Museum of Glass hot shop team are working on a specific figure. And can I have that photo of the figure up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see an image of how this figure is going to turn out pretty much. And as you can see, the glass that we're working with today is all clear. And so the way that our artist is going to apply color later on is by sand blasting the surface of the glass, which is going to give him a little bit of a rougher texture, a little bit of a foggy look. And then he's going to oil paint the surface of the glass. And so far you see we have the lower body and the upper body attached together. And we just need to create that magnifying glass head that needs to be attached to the top. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass, the process, or any questions for the artist himself, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So the head for this piece is supposed to look like a magnifying glass. And I think I'll have the artist himself describe the background to this series of pieces because I got the explanation myself, but I think it would just be better coming from him. So if you don't mind. The explanation on these pieces, like the series.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have a whole group of them, and I usually sell them as a group. And I also work in ceramics, so the other what I have is in ceramics. So this is a joy that they let me come here to use their glass blowers to make it out of glass, and they're called examiners, and they're examining life out of balance. So there's like a three-headed bird and a double-headed chicken, and just things that are everything's a little out of balance these days. So the whole series is people and things examining life out of balance. And then connected to each one of the pieces is a QR code that goes to a video I've made for each one of them about how they see life out of balance. And it usually relates to their form. So.
So after attaching the torso to those legs, you can see they've set it aside. It's going to stay in this big silver box here called the garage. Stay nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we get ready our magnifying glass head. And then once we have that head ready, we can just pull that body back out and attach those two pieces together. And so it's just important to keep that glass warm to make sure it doesn't break from thermal shock or getting too cold, basically. And this temperature is perfect. It's going to be cold enough to not melt or change shape while it's in there, but it's also going to be warm enough to prevent that thermal shock. And so now next you'll just see them start to work on that magnifying glass head. And since I've had multiple questions about color today, since we're not working with color and you haven't seen that process with your own eyes, I think I'll play a video on one application of color technique. And this color technique is called a color drop or color overlay. So can I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as you can imagine, this is how we got our black layer of colored glass underneath the red layer over here on this table. And for those who recently joined, we have a few pieces on display right here of some of our visiting artists' artwork. These were made on Wednesday this week, and that was the first day of Tim Tate's artist residency here, and he's going to be here all the way through Sunday for a 5-day residency overall. And currently we are working on a sculpture, and can I have an image of that sculpture up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see an example of what we are working on today. And we just set the body aside inside of this garage right here. And it's going to stay nice and warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in there until we're ready with the magnifying glass head. And then we can just attach those two pieces together and be done. Okay, we're making a sphere head this time. So if you missed that, after heating up the glass, Ben went over to a small mold on the floor, and inside of this mold we have ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom of that mold. So when he pressed that glass in there, this gave him a physical and visual texture of ridges on the outside of this glass. And this is called an optic mold. We have many different kinds of optic molds that create different patterns. And just a reminder, if I didn't say to the people who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over and answer them. Could be questions for the artist himself. It could be questions about the glass. Anything is fine. And right now it looks like they're making the post that this sphere orb head is going to sit on top of.
At least you're not like the last group of kids who were here who were trying to guess my weight, and they stopped at 450. So I was like, oh, thank you. But
That's crazy.
yeah, that's what they were wagering back and forth.
So at the center bench, you can see they are sculpting this orb for the head. This is, once again, solid clear glass. And this is also going to be pretty cool for this piece because it's going to be pretty optic. It's almost going to be magnifying glass itself just because of it being solid clear glass. So now you can see they've just taken a small pipe out of the garage, which is that big silver box, and they're going to start heating up what's on the end of that pipe. This is just that small, I guess it's almost like a neck for this figure that the ball is going to be attached on top of. And so just like connecting those two parts of the body earlier, they're going to start superheating those connection points in preparation for attaching those two pieces together. And as you can see, they've just broken that ball off of its original pipe. And then after heating up that connection once more, they will simply attach those two pieces together. And then we will have the head to our figure. And for everyone who just joined us, just to give you a quick overview of what's going on right now, today we have a visiting artist, Tim Tate, and that is the man standing closer to the front here with me. And today, he and the Hot Shop team that works at the Museum of Glass is working on creating a figure. And can I have that image of the figure up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see an example of what this figure is supposed to look like when it turns out. This is not the exact form that this piece is going to turn out as, but it gives you a good idea. We've already made the body, we've made the upper body and the legs, and we attach them together and set them aside. They're also staying warm inside of the garage at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Looks like Gabe is just heating up the body now, actually. And you are going to see them attach that head and neck to the top of that body, and then that piece is pretty much complete. So every now and then the heat does start to travel back towards the artist's hands through that pipe from the glass. And so to cool that pipe back down, Gabe over here is just using a pipe cooler that's just splashing water from a trough onto that pipe, cooling it down almost instantly so he can handle it again. And over on that left bench or up on the screen, you can see Sarah is working with the neck and head of this figure. And currently she is making this line or divot in the glass right where she's torching. And this is where she's going to remove this piece from the pipe in just a bit to attach it to the body. And this is called a jack line. You could see the two metal blades she was working with. Those were a pair of jacks to create that line. So now they're going to break the head and the neck off of that original pipe and then quickly heat up that connection point before attaching it to the top of the body. And that is pretty much the final piece to this entire sculpture. And it looks like that connection was successful. Now, I know a few new people joined in with us, so just to give you a quick little overview once more, today we have a visiting artist, Tim Tate, and that is the man standing closest to me up in the front here. And today he is working on a specific sculpture. And can I have that example image up on the screen once more? Up on the screen, you'll see an example image of one of these sculptures. You could see this one's pretty similar with the posture, the way the arms are positioned, but instead of having a magnifying glass head, it instead has this solid glass orb as a head. And this is going to be a part of a larger series. And can I have that series photo? So up on the screen, you could see the whole series of all of these different sculptures that our artist has made over time. Now to gently reposition something on this sculpture, you can see that Ben is going in with a pair of tongs, and also he has in his other hand a corkwood paddle, and that can be used to gently push things around as well. This is going to be a very insulating material since it's made from corkwood, very gentle on the glass. So right now they are preparing to break this piece off and put it away so it can cool down all the way to room temperature. And so Sarah, you can see, is dressed up in these special Kevlar gloves. Those are going to protect her from that glass as she physically picks the piece up off the end of the pipe. So now to break this piece off, you can see they're applying some water to that connection point, causing purposeful shocking and cracking to that glass, and then a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. They've been working on that one all day so far. And this piece has gone into the annealer, which is that big black box that they just put it in over there. This is going to very slowly cool the glass down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And does anyone have any final questions for us before we take our lunch break? All right, so we will be back in about 1 hour from now. And you are welcome to join back in. Then we'll be here all the way till 5 p.m. Hello, everyone. Welcome into the Hot Shop. Today, if you didn't know already, we have a visiting artist with us. And our visiting artist is actually sitting up front here. This is Tate. And up on the screen has been his slideshow playing all of his different artwork that he's created. He's been working with glass for the past 25 years. So he has quite a few pieces to show off. And today he is going to continue working on one of his specific series called the Sacred Heart series. We actually have a couple of these pieces down on this front table here. You can see them from back there, hopefully, and if not, you can always come down and take a closer look. But we're going to be working on another one of these pieces, except we're going to be working with a lot of blues this time instead of reds. And this is all going to start over on the left bench and center bench. They're going to be sculpting that flame and creating the neck to this piece, almost like the neck of a vase. And then the final part of this piece that they make is the heart, and then they just attach the other pieces to the top. If anyone ever has any questions for me, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. This could be questions for the artist. It could be questions about the glass process. But I think before I go into anything else, I'm going to give just a little rundown of the hot shop. This will describe all of the temperatures and all the equipment that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnace, which is the large tank with the closed door they've been gathering out of over on the left side of the hot shop. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we can blow into our pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. So that's how we're going to be getting our hollow forms for this piece. And the center bench and the left bench, you can see we have these large open face furnaces. These are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We can adjust that temperature as need be. And we simply have two of them running today so we can work on multiple parts of the same project at the same time, so it's for convenience. And they are not all that different from each other. And like I said, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Now, I didn't mention this already, but our visiting artist actually has a piece featured in one of our exhibitions at the museum currently. And this exhibit is called Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, A Journey with Robert Minkoff. So as you go through the galleries, keep an eye out for our visiting artist artwork.
So today we're going to be making a giant sacred heart. You see some of them down here that we made yesterday. Today's will be blue with black veining in it. The first heart I ever did was for my mom when she passed away. I made one for her ashes. So, and we're not even Catholic. I just used to bring her little glass hearts when she was sick. And then after she passed away, she took me to see, I mean, before she passed away, but afterwards, I remember that she'd take me to JFK's Eternal Flame all the time as a kid, so I kind of stuck one on top. And then I just started using that for memory usage. So we're going to make one today for that. There's not much to talk about right now. It's kind of boring. These are all going to a show that's coming up called A Journey to a Utopian Queer Future. So these are part of that show.
And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands through that pipe. And so to cool it down, they use that pipe cooler, just a trough of water, splashes water up onto the handle, makes it able to be handled a little bit higher up, closer to the glass once more. And at the center bench, Ben is going in and starting to shape this glass with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool sounds, it's actually very commonly used in many hot shops. It's one of the only flexible tools, and it is as close as we can get to using our hands to shape that glass. So the only different furnaces we have in here are the furnaces that hold the glass, which is the one with the closed door, and then the open face ones are used for reheating only, so they don't have anything physically inside of them other than that gas and forced air. And we have two of them running just so we can work at both the benches at the same time, but they're pretty much the same furnace. So it's pretty much going to be the same shape as this piece right here on the front table. This is part of the same series called the Sacred Heart series. And he briefly talked about that a little bit earlier. Yeah, so that bottom clear part will be grinded off later on once it's cooled down. Like these pieces, we use something called a cold chop, just grinds and polishes using various tools and equipment. And so we're going to be making pretty much the same thing, but we're going to be going with a blue theme instead of a red theme. And over on that left bench, I'd like to point out, Sarah is coloring this glass by rolling it in this metal bowl. And inside of this bowl, we have small shards of colored glass. And this is going to stick to the outside of that molten clear glass and create a layer of color. And this is just one of many ways that we color our glass. And at the center bench, you can see they are starting to sculpt this flame that's going to go at the top of this piece by going in with a pair of shears. They're both cutting and pulling at the same time. And just a little fun fact for you all, since you know the temperature of the furnaces that we have in the hot shop, this large fluffy flame torch that they'll be using a little bit later on is running at around the same temperature as those reheating furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this small handheld torch that he's using is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass, so that's pretty impressive in my opinion. And while they're continuing to sculpt and work on this flame at the center bench, Sarah over at the left bench is sculpting the neck to this piece. And this glass that she has on the end of the pipe is already hollow. And to make this flame easier to break off of this pipe, you could see they went in with a pair of shears and they were cutting at that connection point right between the pipe and the flame itself. So as long as we're not touching the hot part of our tools or the glass itself, it's pretty safe in the hot shop, so we don't need to wear gloves. And if anything, wearing gloves and protective equipment like that would really hinder the artist's movement. But we do use gloves to pick up the glass off the end of the pipe, and you can see them stacked on themselves over on the far right of the hot shop, kind of close to the audience. And those are made out of Kevlar, which is the same material firefighting suits are made out of. And at the center bench now you can see they've attached a second pipe to the top end of this flame, and this is going to allow them to break this flame off of its original pipe so they have access to the bottom of that sculpture. The second pipe that they attach to a piece, whether it's a hollow connection or a solid connection like this one, is called a punty. So they add a little bit of water to that previous connection point, causing purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass. And then they simply tap the pipe and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And now after finishing that sculpture, this is set aside inside of the garage. The garage is that large silver box on the floor there. This is going to keep it at a very stable 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, where it's not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass, but it's also not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So over on that left bench or up on the screen, you could see that Sarah was working on finishing up that neck. And she still has this on the end of a hollow pipe, but she also opened up the end of the bubble to create that neck. So now it's basically a giant tube. Air can go in to the neck and out the other end. And this is because they're going to attach that neck to the top of the piece. And this is actually not a hollow connection, so the top of the piece is solid. They want it to be open on at least one end so they're not creating a vacuum. And if that doesn't make sense now, it'll make sense a little bit later on when they actually attach that to the heart. So can I have some of our visiting artists' artwork up on the screen, please? So this is all of our visiting artists' previously made artwork outside of this residency here at the museum. And I know a lot of you joined after the lunch break, so I just wanted to play this just so that you guys had a chance to see his work. And if I didn't mention already, he has one of his pieces on display here at the museum in one of our exhibits. So keep your eye out for his work as you go through the galleries. And just like that sculpted flame, after finishing the neck of the piece, this is set aside in the garage as well to stay nice and warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And now they're getting started on the body for this piece, which is going to be that large heart. And they're going to do a black color for the base of this heart through a process called a color drop or color overlay, which you'll see pretty soon. So that color application technique that I was talking about was used for these previous pieces that they made on Wednesday, but they're actually going to be trying a different technique today. And so over on that left bench, you can see they're starting that bubble. And the tool that Sarah's using, that wooden spoon-shaped tool, is called a block. This is usually used after a fresh, clear gather or before they blow into the pipe. And this is going to even out the glass that they have and make sure that the bubble blows out evenly as well. And then Sarah goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water, and this can be used to change the shape of the bubble. It's one of the only flexible tools in the hot shop, and as close as we can get to using our hands. So if we hold the newspapers on the side of the bubble, that's going to create a more narrow shape. If we hold it on the bottom, that's going to create a squatter shape, sort of shorter shape. And whenever you see the artist sitting and sort of watching the glass like this is just them letting that glass cool down, usually before they gather another layer of clear over top of what they already have. If they were to gather while this glass is still super hot, that could change the shape of the glass they already have and also the bubble inside of it, as you can imagine. So every time we're gathering, we are of course just building up mass, giving us more material to work with and blow out for this heart. And so now Sarah's going around the corner. You can't exactly see what they're doing over there, but they're going into what they call a powder booth, and they are applying some powdered colored glass to the outside of this glass. And that is going to stick to that molten clear glass that they have and create a layer of color. So they're applying some blue glass to the surface, They're going to do this multiple times until they have a good layer of color. So you can see that layer of color on the outside of that glass. And then of course, after applying that color, we always have to go back into the furnace, make sure that it's melted down and smooth again. And with this piece specifically, much like the other ones that were created on Wednesday, they are going to crackle the surface of this glass, which is going to be very interesting, by dipping that glass into water, which cracks the surface of the glass. Yeah, so just a quick little overview of the hot shop for anyone new who's joined. Everything we do in here starts in our furnace. That's a large tank with the closed door. And we have 2 of them, but we've been gathering out of this left one. They hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this one that holds the clear glass is running 24/7, has to stay nice and hot. And the open face furnaces at each of our benches are our reheating furnaces running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we can adjust that temperature as need be. And we simply have 2 of them running at the same time, so we can work on multiple projects at the same time. So there's not a huge difference between those 2 exact furnaces in means of temperature. And every now and then you'll see the artists use these metal tables to start to shape this glass. We have many of these throughout the entire hot shop, even on the right side. And these are marvers, or marvering tables. And like I was saying, this is just used to shape that glass. And after gathering all of that color once more, you'll see them using this tool, which is the block. And as you can see, that is perfectly evened and rounded out this bubble of glass that they have. And pretty soon here, you're going to see that crackle technique where they crack the surface of the glass to get this specific texture that you see on these pieces down on the front table. So after heating that glass up once more, this is being dunked into a bucket of water on the floor. And this has completely cracked the surface of the glass, as you can see. And then as they pump air into the end of the pipe, this is going to expand the glass that's still warm underneath that cracked surface. And this is going to spread apart all of the glass that is cracked and reveal the clear glass underneath. And then from here, they're going to take some black powdered glass and rub this, or actually just apply this to the entire bubble. And then they're going to wipe off the excess black powder, and this is going to stay within all of those cracks on the outside of that glass and just leave them with this perfect black crackling texture, just like these pieces down in the front. And so they just went around the corner once again. They're applying that black powder to the outside of that glass. So if I didn't mention already, it's important that they use the powder booth because powdered glass is really dangerous to inhale. And so inside of that booth, they actually specifically have ventilation that's pulling the excess glass powder particles in the air out before they can even possibly inhale it. And now that we have applied all of our color to this glass, I'm going to hand the mic off to our visiting artist, and he's going to talk about some of his artwork. So can I have some of our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please?
That is the AIDS Monument in New Orleans. You'll see it on New Orleans SVU or CSI, whatever that is. They always have secret meetings there. Did that in the 90s. Goodness. You can go ahead, Chris. This is called Queer Beginnings. In the early days, in the 20s and 30s, if you were gay, there were no images of other queer people anywhere. So you would look for them even if they weren't intended, like Laurel and Hardy. That certainly wasn't intended for that, but people back then who were starved for representation would do that along with Marlene Dietrich, etc. This is just an examination of queer people. You can go past these guys. They require more, too much. So this is part of like the show that's coming up about utopian queer futurism. And since no one knows what's going to happen in the future, I'm going to predict it just for the fun of it. And I have Pete Buttigieg winning in 2032. Sorry for anybody who doesn't like him, but I think he's a great guy. So there you go. I have a lot of work that deals with HIV and AIDS. You'll see that up there. This is a memory piece about Alan Turing, who discovered the Enigma machine. You may remember the movie that they had about him, and commit suicide by biting into an arsenic-filled apple, which is why your Apple computer has a symbol of a bite out of an apple on the side. That's for Matthew, oh my God. Help me out. Matthew Shepard. Yes, thank you. Thank you, whoever behind me said that. Yes, Matthew Shepard. He was interred at the National Cathedral last year. He and Helen Keller are the only non-religious-based people that are in that crypt. So I went to National Cathedral to watch his body being interred and give honor to his family, and it was spectacular. Packed, standing room only, out of the National Cathedral. That's Marsha P. Johnson. Yeah, there we go. See, someone knows Marsha. All right, now we're talking. Marsha P. Johnson is the queen of us all. She is the one who began the Stonewall riots. She was one of Andy Warhol's drag queen series, and she was the Earth Mother to Christopher Street until her demise. However, when she was there, she brought in all the trans kids and all the homeless ones that were there, because typically they were homeless, forced into sex work, and she would do everything, slip money, let them sleep on her sofa. And New York has finally honored her in Brooklyn with a 14-acre park. And they just had a huge competition for a gigantic sculpture in that park. And I made it into they have to be nominated. I was nominated as one of the 63 artists to consider. And then I made it to the 8 to consider. Then I made it to the 3 to consider. And sadly, that was as far as I got. But it's just probably not a good thing in this day and age to be a white guy, regardless gay or not, for an African-American trans woman. It's probably just not good. So in their wisdom, they said, hell no. So anyway, that's okay. All right, let's move on past Marsha here. Anyone know Joyce Scott? Anyone heard of her? Joyce Scott is an African-American woman who won the MacArthur Genius Award several years ago for her beadwork. She's in her 70s. She has titles like The Day After Rape, and the police said Rodney King's head broke open like a watermelon. But she and I decided to do a panel. We took 7 months to do on a panel dealing with racial inequality, women's rights, and LGBTQ rights. And this huge 10-foot wall goes on display in October in Baltimore. During AIDS, there were a lot of AIDS hospices back then because families would not allow their family members to stay with them. They were usually thrown out of their house when it was discovered they were HIV positive. And I went to this guy who was an Army medic in Baltimore, and his family had disowned him. And there was no one to take his ashes, so he asked me if I would take his ashes and make a memorial of it. That's what that piece was. This is not it. This is Sneaking into Heaven. That's the one. There you go. Go ahead. You can move, Chris. That's Sneaking into Heaven. That needs no explanation. It's, you got to get in the back door sometimes. All right. The next one. All right, so this one, at that time I had so many friends who were dying. I mean, so many people were being killed. So many people it was, especially in present times, if you're a trans African American woman, you have such a bad chance of violence. You might as well expect it to happen. So on this one, I wanted to show how I saw everyone I know being killed. And that symbol on the very top, I never told anybody what it was till that last year. And I realized I should start telling people. That is a replica of the porthole to look into the showers at Auschwitz. Why would anyone put a porthole to see that? It was so fucked up. And I felt like I was looking through that same lens at everyone I know, dying. And so I just used that, didn't tell people what it was. But that's what it is. Now you know. Okay, go ahead, Chris. I do a lot of these clear ones, like this, like the heart here, and I'll fill them with different things. This one, I'm going to get hold of a queer fiber collective in Chicago, I think they are, and the members are making small cloth pink triangles and tea staining those, and then sewing in the serial numbers of what they were in the Holocaust, the numbers they had in the camps, because they were all put in camps, of course. Out of the 150,000 people put in for being queer, and by the way, they think it's much higher. They only kept you the pink triangle if they couldn't give you something else, because they knew if you had the pink triangle, you got the worst treatment. So out of those 100,000 put in, only 15 people have ever been able to speak about it. Horrible. All right. I can't even talk about some of these. It's so crazy. Okay. There's, again, I was losing a lot of people. Things are different now, by the way. This is past history. Those are cicada shells, so I was thinking those as lost souls. Okay, next. This is the magic 8 balls in the middle. The dome around that 8 ball tells the story of how my life changed when I became HIV positive. The outer bubble is my bizarre fantasy of what my life would have been if it had been different. Since there's no way to tell, I think I became president or something. If you're gonna predict futures that no one can argue on, might as well go big. All right, go ahead. You can go next, Chris. I don't know if many of you remember, there was a time when no one would touch us without wearing yellow gloves. It was during the ACT UP days, and police only touched you if you had rubber gloves on because you were contaminated. So I picked up a pair in front of the White House, and that is them. Now we're going into the wonderful utopian queer future where people can get married. That is my poor straight business partner. I said I need a man's hand, God damn it. So there we are holding hands with our wedding bands on. Actually, he and I were out shopping one day for an event at the school, and we got couple of the week at Trader Joe's. His wife was so happy for him. All right. This is a piece that actually is owned here by this museum, and that is an endless mirror. And if you see the endless mirror, stop there, Chris. No, you go back. One more. There. In an endless mirror, we know that there's not 40 of those men. We know that it's not a 4-foot tunnel. We know it's a trick of the eye, right? So since that place doesn't exist in reality anywhere, I've decided to make it my own. And so that space is everyone I ever lost that had AIDS. There they are, alive again, saying thank you for remembering us, and we're doing okay. Thank you for that. So that's what that is, a long memory piece. Okay, go ahead, Chris. This is where we hide from no one. That's definitely future. There's a blinking eye in that video. Oh, you can go past this, Chris. Oh, no, please go past this. This is an early one. This is the first time in history that 2 men were ever recorded dancing. It was 1896, and that was Thomas Edison's studio. He wanted to see if sound and movement would match up because no one had they'd never made a movie and tried it. So you see there's a guy with a violin and a giant horn, and they're dancing to that. And that 3 minutes they danced to see if that would work. These people could never understand that over a century later, it would be an iconic image to a group and population they couldn't even imagine would exist back then. And it was probably harder for a man and woman to dance back then, even for this, because it was Victorian times. So that's probably why these 2 guys just got up and did it, just to make sure the movement. They're not smiling. It's not funny. It's not horrible. They're just seeing if it worked. They're kind of sweet now. Next. You can go past these. These are from New York Christopher Street docks. Okay, here's one. This is a heaven. Oh, there, that's good. This is a heaven and hell ball. They're 8-inch giant paperweights I made once, and so you'd spin it to see if you went to heaven or hell. It was really well balanced, and a preacher bought it. And I asked him, was he going to heaven or hell? And he said, that's not funny. But I kind of liked it, huh? Okay, go ahead. Here we are. This is one of the HIV positive pieces I made. Go ahead. There is an island off of New York called Hart Island. Hart Island is where if you had AIDS in the 90s or 80s, your family wouldn't take you. So these unclaimed bodies of those who died of AIDS were all buried in a mass grave on Hart Island. Thousands of people. Horrible. Okay, here's just a celebration of those lives. Okay, move forward. This is Club Q in Colorado, 5 dead. That was last year. 49 stars for 49 dead in Pulse nightclub. And the director of Urban Glass in New York happened to live next door to that at that moment. And she's a queer woman, so she was just so moved by that. So Urban Glass is trying to have some kind of memorial on that topic. Next. Believe it or not, when I grew up, there were 2 sexes, but now there's 23 different. And there's a symbol and color and a flag for each one, and I love all of them. So there they are. I put up all the different symbols. I got to find, I found a flag the other day. I didn't know what the heck it was. I'll have to look it up. But it's just interesting that now is the time when people can be who they wish, whatever that is, and I applaud all of them for it. I'm going to be an old, cranky gay guy. That's what I've decided. All right, next. I'm showing trans bodies are beautiful too. That's all it is. There we go. Oh, here. This one was shown at the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, Russia, before the war, and also at the Venice Biennale. And that is 32 inches across, cast lead crystal. And that is comparing the time of AIDS and COVID to the original plague, because in 541 AD, the Emperor Justinian caught the plague publicly and everyone knew, and then while he himself did not die, 1/5 of Constantinople did, and he said every time he looked in the mirror, he saw those he lost. And so I was using that as the analogy for those lost to COVID, those lost to AIDS, and that's what that is. This was my Marsha P. Johnson sculpture, and it was friggin' great. I'm telling you, if you stood underneath of it, there were dichroic flowers in the roof of it, and you would be bathed in the light of rainbow flowers from Marsha. You would have been there with her spirit, and it's a stage for every drag queen in New York to act on, but as I said, was not to be. I'm going to try to recycle it somewhere. All right. 9 lives, 1 bowl. This is 9 friends of mine died 1 year, and so I just made a homage to them. We're jumping around in time. And there we're back to the AIDS Memorial in New Orleans. There you go. I was just killing time until they got the heart going so you could watch something more interesting.
So once they've built up enough mass with all of that glass, they will head over to the center bench and start blowing and shaping this out into that heart. And all the time before they blow into a piece, you'll see them use that block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is going to even out that glass in preparation for them blowing, making sure that everything will blow out evenly. And next, Ben goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And he's going to use the newspapers as Gabe blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And for everyone who just joined us, just to give you a little overview of what's going on, today we do have a visiting artist. He was just on the microphone, Tate. And today we have been working on a couple of different projects. The one that we're currently working on is going to be a part of the Sacred Heart series. And you can see a couple of these previously made pieces down on this front table here. These were made on Wednesday. And those previous ones were made using red colors, but today we were using all different blues for this specific heart. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Could be questions for the artist or just about the glass process itself. So something to keep in mind as they're blowing this piece out. The bottom of the heart is actually going to be at this point that is furthest from the pipe. And the top of the heart is going to be what's currently attached to the pipe. And now you can see Ben going in with a pair of jacks. Those are those two metal blades. And this is used to carve a jack line. That's that divot in the glass that you see forming. This is where they remove the piece from the pipe later on down the line. So pulling the end of the bubble off like that is allowing them to stretch the shape and get that point that they want for the bottom of this heart, while continuing to keep the rest of the shape sort of round and bulbous.
The guy sitting at the bench is legend. His name is Ben Cobb. Everybody's heard of him for the last 15 years, maybe longer. And he has held court here for quite some time. And so he's one of the major blowers in all that movement. And he is very big here in Seattle and Pacific Northwest and Pilchuck.
Make sure you point out he's the one sitting at the bench.
He's the one sitting at the bench, right. The others are ne'er-do-wells. Oh.
So the shape that they want for this heart is a little bit more of a flat-sided heart, just like the ones that are down on this front table here. And so Ben is currently going in with a pair of corkwood paddles. And the corkwood is pretty important. I like to mention it's an insulating material, so it's very soft on the glass. It's not going to cool it down like a metal tool would, for example. So if we're using all clear and we mess up on a piece or breaks, or if we have any scrap material left over, we can throw the clear back into our furnace and melt it down. But since this glass is very blue, it has like hints of black as well. This can't go back into the clear furnace, otherwise it would taint the rest of that clear color. And so with the colored glass, sadly, we just have to throw it away. And this tool that Ben has been using to grab onto the glass and pull and cut, the one he's using right now, these are a pair of diamond shears. So they're very similar to just regular shears, but they have a diamond shape when those two blades close in on each other. So this next thing is going to be pretty interesting, this next technique. Ben is going in with a drill that has a tungsten bit. As you can see, he heated up the tip of this drill super hot with that small focused flame. So he's drilling and melting a hole into the bottom of this piece. And this is going to allow air to pass through the bottom of this piece and into that main bubble. And this is important because they have to attach a second pipe to the bottom of the heart, right where he drilled that hole. And they need to still be able to blow air into the piece, so they're going to make a hollow connection with another hollow pipe on the other side. And so it's important that they have that hole. And over on that left bench, Gabe is preparing that hollow pipe that's going to be attached to the bottom. And by the way, this is those large sections of clear that you see on the bottom of these pieces that were made on Wednesday. We just need a place to connect the piece to the pipe, so we needed that section of clear. So now that second pipe has been brought over with that clear attachment. And this is going to be attached right over the tail end of this heart. And so that clear that they have is going to completely surround and enclose off that area. But since this is attached to a hollow pipe and it has that hole drilled into the bottom of the piece, this is still going to allow them to blow air into the piece and make sure that they're not creating a vacuum, which is what happens when we completely close off a piece of glass. And now that we have it attached to its second pipe, we just apply a little bit of water to that previous connection point and a simple tap to the pipe, and that piece is broken off. And the science behind that, just in case you're wondering, the water's causing shocking and cracking in that glass from the extreme temperature difference. And then the tapping of the pipe is creating a vibration that travels to those small cracks. So now from here, they're going to close off the end of this piece that they just broke off. And then they'll be able to start forming the top of that heart and then attaching all of those bits of glass that they created earlier, such as the neck and the sculpted flame. So now after heating up the opening to this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers and he's pinching and pulling that glass just a little bit outwards. And then next he'll go in with the pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and he'll start to cinch this glass down on itself, closing off the end of this piece eventually. And finally, Ben goes in with a pair of diamond shears and he's able to cut off that excess bit of glass that he pulled out on the end. And now they have a completely closed in form once more, and they still have that hollow attachment to that hollow pipe, like I was saying earlier. So now they'll be able to start blowing and shaping it into the heart shape on the top, getting those two curves. And now to finish this shape off, make sure that it's still flat. Ben is going in with a pair of corkwood paddles. And you can see these corkwood paddles are pretty new. And he has a pad of wet newspaper laid out that he's using to kind of get some of that excess smoke and fire off of those paddles as he uses them. So now that they have this neck attached to the top of this heart, all they have to do is flare that top of the neck out a little bit and then attach that blue flame they sculpted earlier. And like I was saying earlier, the top of this heart is closed off. There's no hole or opening connecting between the heart and the neck. And so it's important that the top of the neck was open. And it's also important that that hole was drilled in the bottom of the heart that's currently connected to that pipe. And this is just preventing a vacuum, which could cause the glass to implode on itself if it's fully sealed off, which we definitely don't want. And with these previous pieces they made on Wednesday, they also did something special where they brought the metals of the colored glass to the surface, and that's why you see this sort of metallic sheen in the neck of these pieces, so you may see that happen today as well. And I had a question about this earlier, so I thought I'd mention, but these wooden paddles are used for shielding, quote unquote. This is blocking the artist's hands from the heat of the glass that it's emitting. And you can also see that Ben is wearing this sort of metallic colored arm covering, and this is also helping shield him from the heat of the glass as well. And this large fluffy flame torch they're using is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And they're going to start focusing a lot of heat on the back end of the piece, kind of where it's connected to the pipe. And this is because it's the last thing going into the furnace and it's the first thing coming out, so it's naturally the coldest part of the piece. They need to make sure to maintain an even heat across the entire thing so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And something I'd like to briefly mention that I recently learned as well. The way that they're flaring the top of this neck out is almost at a 90-degree angle, you'll notice, with all of these pieces. And this is where they're going to attach a metal ring that's going to suspend this piece up and display the piece, because this piece with that sharp point on the bottom can't just sit upright on its own. And so the shape at the top of that neck is going to help hold that metal ring in place so they can display it. And this big silver box right here is called the garage. This is keeping glass inside of it warm at around 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so now they're going to pull out a sculpted blue flame that's going to be attached to the top of this neck, just like these pieces down on this front table. And every now and then the heat will start to travel back towards the artist's hands through the metal pipe that they're working with. So over on that left bench, Sarah is currently cooling that pipe using a trough of water that's splashing water up onto that pipe, cooling it down almost instantly. And this is going to allow them to handle the pipe a little bit closer up towards the glass again. So this super small flame is being used to spot heat just the connection areas between the flame and where they're going to attach it to the neck. And that super small flame, just a little fun fact, is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is very quickly spot heating the bottom of this flame, and this is going to ensure a very secure connection to the top of this neck. And now that flame has been brought over and placed on the top of this neck. And that is our last piece. It's going to be connected to this overall piece. From here, they just have to do some small detailing, making sure all of the flames are in the right position and getting rid of any extra clear bits of glass that may remain from that previous connection. And to make sure that they're not creating a vacuum inside the neck, they are going in with that drill bit once more, and they're going to drill a hole all the way into that neck. And now that they have that extra bit of clear off the top of that flame, they'll be able to go into some of those other flames and just alter the details slightly before putting this piece away. So welcome to the few who recently joined us. Just to give you a little overview of what we have going on today. Today we do have a visiting artist with us, the man up front with me, Tate. And today he's working on one of his Sacred Heart series pieces, and that is that piece you see at the center bench. We have a couple more examples of them down on this front bench, or down on the front table as well. Those were made on Wednesday, very similar techniques, but today we've been working with blue instead of red. And this piece is pretty much done. They're just touching up the flames, and then this piece will be put away. Now, for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork, I'm going to put that up on the screen. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of some of our visiting artist artwork, some of the previously made pieces. And as you can see, a lot of his work is speaking a lot on social and political topics. He's been working with glass for 25 years. And this residency here at the museum started on Wednesday and is going to go all the way through Sunday for a 5-day residency. And this specific Sacred Heart series that he's working on today is honoring figures from LGBTQ plus history. You'll see a lot of those photos of previous works up on the screen. And this artist actually currently has a piece featured in one exhibit here at the museum, and this exhibit's called Out of the Vault, Soundtracks and Boundless Curiosity, A Journey with Robert Minkoff. So as you go through the galleries, keep your eye out for our visiting artist artwork. And if anyone ever has any questions for me, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. That could be questions for the artist himself. It could be questions about the glass and the techniques. Yeah, so you can see one of these annealers open over on that right wall. And inside of it, you can see some previously made pieces. These annealers cool our glass down when we're done for at least overnight, so about 12 to 24 hours, usually depending on the thickness of the glass, from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So you'll notice they're just focusing the heat on the individual flames of this piece with that small torch. But every now and then they'll also put the piece entirely back in the furnace just for a little bit. And that process of putting the piece back into the furnace is called flashing. They're just making sure to keep an even warm temperature across the entire piece. Otherwise, if we let it cool down too much, it could break from thermal shock. And so while they're working on the rest of the piece, just that flame, they need to make sure to keep the entire thing overall at a stable, warm temperature. These heart pieces that have been made are specifically going to a future show that he's going to be a part of. So now if you look at the furnace that they've been using, you can see that the flame physically looks different. There's sort of fire coming out of the furnace at the top. And so they've reduced the forced air inside of this furnace. And the gas is basically a little higher than the air. And this is going to draw the metals to the surface of the glass just for that neck, because the neck is the only thing not coated in clear glass, so that colored glass is right on the surface. And so you'll slowly watch as this neck turns from an almost black color to a sort of bluish metallic sheen. Much like these pieces that were made on Wednesday, you can see the necks are colored that way already. So the color in any colored glass is made from minerals and metals. And when we use this specific flame, it's bringing the metals inside of the glass to the surface of the glass, giving it a metallic look. Yeah, that's clear. And after the piece is finished, this is brought over to an annealer, which is going to slowly cool the glass down, as I briefly mentioned earlier. And this will cool down from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And the reason none of the other glass was changing color to metallic was because all of it's coated in clear, and clear doesn't have any metals in it because it doesn't have a color in it. And so only the colored glass that's exposed to the flame is going to change to that metallic color. Yeah, so even though this is colored right here, it has a coat of clear glass over top of it. So the reverse, this is coated in clear here, and this is just clear by itself. This is also coated in clear here, and this is the only one that's not coated in clear, is the neck, and because the color glass is directly exposed to that special flame, that's bringing the metals to the surface. I mean, all of it is exposed to that flame, but the clear glass doesn't have metals inside of it, meanwhile the colored glass does. And since this is the only colored glass that's directly exposed to the flame, it's the only one that's going to turn metallic. Yeah? I like explaining complex topics, don't worry about it.